What's going on, you guys? Okay, I think I'm good. Oh, wait, gotta turn on the light. There we go. How's it going, you guys? Welcome to my channel. Welcome back to my channel, actually. If you're new, welcome. If you're back, welcome back. You might see I'm a little different now because I shaved. That a super loud but sick intro. Thanks, One Letter. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to make the intro too loud. I guess I've never heard it, so I'll try to adjust that. Thanks for the feedback. But yeah, like I said, welcome to my channel. Today we're doing, I think, episode 14 of Palm Pilot game development. I'm porting an Artie Boy game, or remaking it rather, for the Artie Boy 2 Palm Pilot. So if you're new, you can actually check at youtube.com/crate. All of the replays can be found there. All the video on demands, whatever you want to call them, can be found there. That's if you're watching on Twitch. But if you're watching on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/thecrate, please follow me, because I am like at almost 30 followers, which would be super cool if I can hit 50 in the next few weeks. And on YouTube, youtube.com/crate, I'm at like 80 followers, I think, or maybe 90. Something really close to 100. So if I get to 100, that would be really cool. And then, of course, I have like a Twitter right there, twitter.com/crate. And you can follow me there whenever I post about new programs I'm writing or games or something. I post about them there, as well as if you want to reach out to me for whatever reason. And then also for the stream, let's see, this way, right there. I put this thing in here. I think it's supposed to show when somebody follows me, but I can't really tell. Let me see. Storm Hughes looks like he followed me on Twitch. So I think it's working, actually. That would be super cool if it is. But yeah, so there's a few people that are new here, so it's kind of cool to see some new faces. I think usually the people who come in later on usually are the ones that try to interact and have more Palm Pilot experience. So it's cool to see some new people, though. Okay, let's jump into the actual stream, which I didn't even have time to turn on this computer, so I'm glad I don't have anything embarrassing on it. But let me go ahead and just show you what we've got so far. I'll just pull up the emulator real quick, and then see. Project CD, start. Yeah, so this is the Palm Pilot emulator that we're using right here, and here is the latest build. I'll import that real quick, and let's take a look. Okay, so we got some sort of like an intro screen, an intro dialogue, the platform dialogue, kind of like the Artie Boy version, and then we have the sick 1-bit logo up here that we threw in at the last stream. And then you can play through a whole bunch of different levels, and you can see them here in this level select screen. And also the editor works too. This is new. We threw this in last time, but what we have here is a bunch of the same levels from the main campaign, I guess you could call it, instead of the... Oh my gosh. Ooh, I'm so stupid. I'm sorry, guys. I'm using Streamlabs OBS. This is like the second time, and I keep forgetting there's like a transition button. But basically, I'll run through that real quick. We got this intro screen, platform screen. You can see all the different levels for this game from the main menu. Going back to the main menu, you can see an editor button here, which will allow you to look at custom levels that you make, but for now it still shows the normal levels. In fact, the editor is what we did last time. You can now go to any level and pick some components and toss them in however you want, and do whatever you want and make your own level. Unfortunately, we don't have any saving so far, and that's something that we were hoping to do today, was get something saved and recalling custom levels instead of the normal levels that you would play through the campaign. And then also, with that said, we want to be able to limit the player's progression. We don't want them to be able to get to the end of the game without without playing through the campaign, of course. There is an ending to the game. I think I want to do that off screen, or off stream, I should say, to basically avoid spoilers for people who actually want to play through this game on the Palm Pilot themselves. But by the way, I actually erased everything when I had the little hiccup with Streamlabs, and all the chat history went away. So I can't really say hey to too many folks, but I know I saw Tariq here. He's always shown up super early. I appreciate that on YouTube. And I think somebody new showed up, won something, and he said something about the Palm Pilot being cool. So that's awesome. I'm glad that there's still fans for this kind of technology and stuff. But okay, yeah, so let's jump ahead and get started on recording stuff. This is going to get a little bit more into the area of stuff I don't know too much about, but Galactic Discat actually gave some good documents the other day for working with the Palm Pilot API. So I might pull that up in a minute, and I have some other documents specific to the language that we're using for this build of the game, which is called HS Pascal, or High Speed Pascal. Let me just toss this over here into a new desktop. So I think if I remember this correctly, the struct types, basically objects in HS Pascal, are called records, but for some reason NS Basic referred to any saving of data to the device was also called a record. So I'm wondering what HS Pascal calls it. So I'm going to just do a quick glance through here. Looks like they're only referencing normal structs. Yeah, actually, the interesting thing about saving data for the Palm Pilot, everything's basically saved as a PRC file. That includes binary data, even images. They all get put into their own PRC. And the thing about Palm Pilot files is that PRCs are actually executables as well. So it's like having a computer where everything has the same file extension. But that also means that you can transfer your entire Excel spreadsheet the same way you could any other kind of file. So there's pros and cons to it, but that means that we're probably going to need to have two different PRC files that we're going to use for this project. One is going to be the progress that you're going through, the progress for you going through the game, as well as settings for sound and stuff. And I think the other one would just be your custom levels, and that would help you be able to transfer that PRC or that set of custom levels to another Palm Pilot really easily. But we also want to be able to have it to where you can transfer an individual level through the beaming capabilities, the infrared feature. So yeah, I don't even think there's any infrared or beam information in HS Pascal. So it looks like this is going to be pretty slim pickings for that document. Let's go ahead and look at the other documents that we have. I think I have one for the Palm Pilot API as well. Beam. If I just search beam, what does it come up with? So look, this right here says the system. Oh, this is the Palm Pilot, one of the Palm Pilot APIs or guidelines, you can think of it, just a document for it. And it says the system contains bitmaps that represent such commands as beaming and deleting records. So I don't know if that means beaming records. Uh-oh. No, I have a little thing on my camera that's supposed to keep it recording. We'll see what happens. It keeps falling off. Ah, what the heck? Here we go. Yeah, so I think it means beaming records and deleting records. So this might be actually the right naming convention for the PRC files. Let's just do a little bit more beam stuff. It looks like we actually went through all that. So let's look up records and see what it says. Files and databases, records and databases. Databases organize related records. Every record belongs to one and only one database. The database may have a collection of all addresses. Ooh, that's my oven. A database may be a collection of all address book entries, all date book entries, and so on. A Palm OS application can create, delete, and open and close databases as necessary. That's right. We were working with databases a little bit with NS Basic. There is no restriction on where the records for a particular database reside. Storing data fits nicely with the Palm OS. Okay, so I think if we actually look into the Pascal stuff, we might look up database. Nope, nothing there. Word saving? Nope, nothing useful. Guess we could look up real quick. One of the other resources that we have is a set of Pascal programs for the Palm Pilot that were developed by other users that were available to us through source code. So, for instance, one that I keep looking at is NicoCat. It's a pretty cool program. It's kind of like a Tamagotchi style cat game. I think they actually save some data. So if I just look up save real quick, I might be able to look up this procedure. Nope. What about the word database? Nope, not too much. If I look it up for all the source code that we have. Okay, so it looks like we have DM release record and DM close record. This looks like a little bit, this looks a little similar to the NS Basic stuff we had. And we also have the systrap DM create database, these kind of functions here that we can access using a systrap, which is basically a way of calling an API function with raw data. So we can always fall back on that. But this Pascal wrapper for the base API actually includes some useful stuff, and I'd figure it would have some functions defined pretty early on for that. Actually, it looks like this might be the file over here. This is looking at more the wrapper source code. So we have this DM create database, for instance. This is our Pascal function, and what it does is it calls the system trap, which is calling the raw API function. But this one right here is a little bit more complicated. And let's see. So I may have misspoken earlier. I think maybe a database is actually considered a PRC. So we might want two databases, or we might want two records within the same database. Dan, Dan Adam KOF says, "Yo, I totally had Nico on my palms." That was definitely one of the things I had on my Palm Pilots whenever I was a kid too. It was just a I don't want to say it was like a full on game or anything like that, but it was kind of fun to just play around with. Okay, so this program text to hex is basically a text converter to hexadecimal, but it actually looks like it creates a database for some reason in here. It has a function called open database. I wonder if it has any other kind of database functions that the person wrote. So they release the record, they close the database, but they only have open database, which is interesting. So what are you really opening? Mhm. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll base our code for opening the database kind of off of this. Because this says, um, even though this is kind of written in French, it seems, or some other language, if the database net existe, which I'm assuming means does not exist, then we're going to do something else. So it looks like we're creating a database if it does not exist. Mm. So what we'll want to do is just create a database and then go back to see if it actually gets created. So this says if it is able to be created. I don't know what WLN means. Maybe it's like an alert. But they make the database and then they open it. And then they read a record. And then they record the record pointer somewhere. Yeah, I'm not super sure what they're doing with this, but it gives us a good starting spot. So I guess we'll just kind of copy it into the source code for Circuit Dude real quick, and and see if we can look at the database within the actual Palm Pilot OS itself. And we might need to import some sort of database library. Oh, data manager is already here, so I think we're good on that. Okay, I'm gonna go get my fish out of the oven real quick. It was kind of the reason why I was a little late to turn my computer on and stuff. I want to make sure it doesn't get burnt, but I'll be right back. And while you wait, uh, you can look at. I guess you can continue looking at my screen. Okay. Whew. I don't know if you heard me yell back there, but I dropped my fish. But it's okay because I picked it back up. Ooh, and you can see my new, uh, what's it called? Screensaver. Cool. All right, so let's take a look at creating a database and then see if we can check it out inside of the operating system. So we'll just toss it way up here at the very beginning of our application. DM create database. I want to see what the parameters are for this function. Looks like it is a card. So I think what it means is for this parameter card no. I think that's if it's the device or if it's the SD card. So 0 is device, maybe 1 is SD card. Name P, I guess that's the name of the as a string, and creator, and I think we have some constants for that, or maybe not. All right, let's look at the constant stem here on text to hex. I think hex db name. Okay, it's just a wait. How many letters is this? 1, 2, 3. I wonder if there's like a length requirement for that string. Hopefully not. So we'll just try C test db, and then the creator is, looks like it's 5 letters or 4 letters maybe. I wonder if that'll get upset if we do too long, but I'll just do create database type is another string data, and that I'm pretty sure is case sensitive. And let's see, the last parameter is resdb, which I don't remember what resdb means. Resource database, record db if cleared. Okay, let's look at the docs real quick. Okay, so it looks like a resource database header consists of some general database information followed by a list of resources in the database. The first portion of the header is identical in structure to a normal database header. Resource database headers are distinguished from normal database headers. Okay. The field has flags for the database always. That's not helpful. I don't know what any of that means. Okay, when you create a new database, the type of database created, record or resource, depends on the value of the resdb parameter. If set, a resource database is created and this flag is set in the attributes field. Given a database header ID, an application can determine which type of database it is. Okay, but what's the difference? Once a resource database has been opened, an application can read and manipulate its resources. It is a resource or record. Okay, so what is a record? Oh, okay, wait. Resource databases can be manipulated, but a record database I don't think can be. So maybe this needs to be true. And let's try to compile this. Oh, okay. So one thing about Pascal, by the way, is that anytime a function returns a value, you actually have to do something with that value. So can I make a variable to hold it, hold the return type, and we'll just say, do we have one called error? No, main has an error. I guess we can put this up in initialize. Maybe, yeah, initialize. We'll do it in initialize because I think there's an DRR that we'll use. Oh, and look, we actually do get a resource here with dm get resource. But that is the level data, the binary level data. Tariq asks, what kind of fish did I cook? It is salmon. So let's see. What we did in the HS Pascal stuff is we actually used an alert to let us know what the result of the error was if we got one. So I think we can do something very similar. Error warning. So let's call it db warning. db error. Okay, so what we'll have here is a warning that pops up if ERR, and I think, let's see, let's look at what this returns actually. Okay, so it returns an integer, and we need to check to see if it's not 0. If it's 0, then that means it's successful. If it's 1 or anything like that, then that means like the level warning or the warning number, the error number, and then we can actually look at that value later on and determine what actually is causing the issue. Type mismatch 1241. Type mismatch. Did I do the wrong kind of parameters? Number for constant p, constant pointer. Okay. Let's see what these. Wait, that's not a constant p. Their values. Hex to hex db name. Oh, constant pointer to a string. That's right. Okay. So that is, it's the syntax is a little weird. It threw me off. And then it has two integers actually. Integers are creator and then type. So I need to actually see what I put. Creator and type. Yeah, so definitely didn't do that correctly. What is the Oh, that's right. Okay, so it has to actually create a pointer. All right, so let's make some pointers. All right, it compiled, so that means that we should be able to see if an error pops up or not, see if a database was created. And I don't see any errors popping up, so maybe it did. And we can check that by deleting them in the system menu. And here we can see testdb was created properly. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's go ahead and delete that. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm really curious. Circuit Dude is 65 kilobytes. That's almost exactly double of the Arduboy version. But I think no matter what contents I put into the game, it will always be like a multiple of like 32 plus 1, I think. So there's no telling of exactly how much that is. Okay, so we can create the database. Let's call this Circuit Dude. Wait, is there a space? Okay, Circuit Dude progress. Or maybe settings. Let's call it settings. And we can have the progress in there as well as the sound settings. And we'll break this out to its own procedure. And we'll call it initialize, or maybe load data. Well, actually, you know what we have here? This resource stuff too. Oh. Yeah, let's just call it initialize db. Okay. Oh. Antone Lubchenko, thanks for subscribing or following. I really appreciate that, man. How's it going, Galactic Discat? We created a database, a simple test database. Test database. We're going to store our progress in there for beating levels. Okay, so let's see. We can create the database. Open database. I think we can simply follow these kind of guidelines. Open the database after we've made sure that we can't create it. Wait, let's see. Open database by creator, by type creator. So it looks like they try to open this database, and if it's nothing, then they go into the creation of the database. Otherwise, let's see. And I hate the syntax here. Else, and else begin. It's how do you have two else statements? Oh, I guess else is okay. So if it's null, then they create the database. Otherwise, it's fine. Okay, so we want to kind of do something similar. So we go open DB, and then if not ERR equals 0, then Induve K Gaming, thanks for following. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, PDB file stuff, exactly. But you know what? Actually, I said PRC file earlier, so I'm glad that you corrected me, even though you weren't around to hear me make that mistake. Okay, so we'll open the database if there's an error, and we'll also have we should also do a function anytime we want to save our database. We want to make sure that the database was opened properly, and we need a value to hold that. We'll call it db open, and it'll be a boolean. So we'll set that to false at the beginning, and once we open the database, because we're not looking at that part yet down here, but once we open the database, you create it, and else again db open equals true, and okay, so we are going to try to open the database. If it doesn't open, then we have a problem, and the problem might be that it hasn't ever been created, and we'll try to create it, and if there's an error, we'll have an alert for that. Otherwise, db open is great and true. Same thing down here. So if we're able to open it, then it'll be open. So the interesting thing though about this is that they create the database. If there's an error, then they set the database to be open database to be false. And then they try to open it. Is this the same function? It is. So once we create the database, we actually need to open db again. And you can see how this kind of could become recursive a little bit. I could then say, well, you know, if the database isn't able to open, go through the process of trying to create it again. But I don't want to do it recursively because I don't want to annoy the player and force them to make a database. For some reason, maybe their SD card is corrupt or something like that, or they don't have one. I still want them to be able to play through the level, but anytime the game saves, we'll use this DB open variable. We'll try to initialize the DB again if they try to save data or whatever. And if it's false, then we'll pop up with a warning saying, hey, this is not actually going to save. InScriptTech asks if Palm OS apps are written in Pascal. Yes, some are. This one, Circuit Dude for the Palm Pilot definitely is, but there's all sorts of like these native apps that are probably built in C++. The underlying API is C++, or C, but the Pascal environment for Palm Pilot is actually a wrapper for the C++ stuff. And it's actually called something called HS Pascal or High Speed Pascal if you want to look into it. Okay, so we try to basically open it again, and if not ERR equals to 0, then this will be the final time we actually check that. So if it's not 0, then we will warn the player. And I think we might need to have different DB warnings here. DB create warning and DB open warning. And we'll have one for saving too. Okay, so if there's no errors here, then we'll set DB open to be true. And let's just go define these warnings up here real quick. Just for my own sake too, when testing this, I don't want to, I'm not quite sure where I might run into errors, so it'll be handy to have this. Do I have Pascal experience outside of this project? No. Everything was like the first episode was me like stumbling through trying to assign a variable and then realizing I need the colon for the assignment operator. Yeah, there was a Palm Lua interpreter. I think there was also a way to write Pascal on the Palm Pilot itself, so you could have an application right in Pascal, and then like compile it to a native program on the Palm Pilot. So create warning is DB error. Yeah, DB error. I don't think I need word cancel right here. Unfortunately, it'll just be, you can just say okay and restart the game, I guess, if you want. Cannot create settings database for Circuit Dude. Unable to read the settings database for Circuit. I think an exclamation point too will make it sound more urgent if somebody's using like broken hardware or something. But I tend to overuse those. Okay, let's look at the OpenDB function real quick. This one is DM open database by creator. I think DB type is DB creator. Yeah, it looks like they're the same as in over here. So Actually, I should do what these people did with this program. I don't want to copy too much, I don't want to copy paste it, but pretty straightforward what they did to reuse these values. Creator and database type. Okay. And I think even the title could be settings, database name. Oh, that's the stuff. Settings, database name, string. Small basic. All right, I'm gonna catch up a little on chat. In script tech asks chicken expert, as in chicken scheme. What is chicken scheme? Should I be looking this up on stream? Programming language. Oh my gosh. How have I never heard about this? This is awesome. No, I am not a chicken expert in this regard. These are the kind of chickens that I have my expertise in. Well, okay. I'm really smart with this kind of chicken too, but like the animal, like I know a lot about chickens, so feel free to ask me any kind of chicken questions that you have in the chat, as long as they're not the other kind of chicken, this chicken scheme. Why am I a chicken expert? I don't know. I just like how do are you asking how did I become a chicken expert, or why did I want to be a chicken expert? I just know a lot about chickens. Chickens are cool. Like I could talk about chickens for hours. Like seriously. I didn't raise them on a farm. I actually lived in like a suburb, like a city. So like I just like I had a backyard that was like a normal backyard. I didn't live on a farm or anything. And like I had chickens. I got them for my teacher in high school, and like even my friends were like, "What? You have a chicken? That's weird." And he was like, "It actually was super weird," but I kind of grew really attached to him. And the way I kind of describe a chicken is like, I guess we'll switch to that. Can you see me? Did my stream switch? But the basically, I became a chicken expert whenever I fell in love with my chicken that I had, and my teacher randomly gave it away, and I was like, actually, the day that he asked, like, "Hey, does anybody want these chickens? I have these chickens that I need to get rid of." And they were like little cute baby chickens, and I called my mom in the middle of class, like with my phone, and I was like, "Hey, mom, can I have chickens?" And my parents were really strict, so I didn't think that they would let me bring any chickens home. But my mom was like, "Oh, sure, yeah, whatever. You can have, yeah, just yeah, fine. You can have a chicken." I don't think she believed that I like was going to actually get one. She just wanted me to get off the phone when she was at work. So I took them home, and my mom was like, my mom was like shocked, but my stepfather was kind of upset. But they didn't make me get rid of him, so I ended up keeping him, and he was just really cool, very cool chicken to have. He kind of you're supposed to have more than one chicken when you have like chickens, and they grow really attached to who they're around. They're very socially intelligent creatures, and since I was the only one that played with them, I literally spent like at least 6 or 7 hours a day with this chicken once I got him. But he became really attached, and I always describe chickens as like being very loyal like dogs, but also being very no, I'm sorry, being very cuddly like kittens and being very loyal like dogs. So it's like having the best of both worlds combined into like one animal. And they're actually really funny to like just be around and watch in the backyard and stuff. So I just became like super fascinated with them and wanted to learn everything I could. So I like read a lot of books and went to a whole bunch of different like meetups and stuff and talked to people about chickens and listened to the talks about them. And I live in Texas, and there's like a lot of farmers here. So there's like farming schools and like agricultural schools. And I really was tempted to go into college for poultry science. So that's like the study of chickens, and like you can do all sorts of stuff with that. Like, um, you can like become like a farmer and do farm stuff, or you can be like a vet, or you can like go work at like a chicken plant for eggs or for meat and like help them with their logistics of whatever they're doing. So there's like a lot of routes that I could have gone, but I really liked programming, so I stuck with that instead. So Anton Lubchenk, I don't think I've ever seen you here before, but what's up? How's it going? Is that why you love Raising Cane so much? I don't know. I don't know why I like Raising Cane's so much. It's super yummy. I love Raising Cane's, and I love eating chickens too. I feel kind of bad, but I don't eat my pets. Like if I have pet chickens, I'm not going to eat them. So it's like eating somebody else's pet. But Raising Cane's is super yummy. But if you had to get some chicken and you have one around you, the best place by far is Bush's Chicken, and they have some of those in like Austin, the Austin area, which is where I'm from, the Waco area in Texas. And I really considered like making a few YouTube videos just about like ranking all the most popular chicken tendy joints and just letting you guys know that the truth is out there that Bush's Chicken is the absolute best. It's like Z tier, and S tier is like no, I'm sorry. S tier is like Canes, and then there's really no like A tier. There's not an A tier, but like B tier is like Chicken Express, and then KFC is like C tier, and then like Zaxby's is like F tier. So I was thinking about making a video about that, but okay, let's get back to programming. I feel like maybe I'm boring a few people. There's a lot of people who lurk in my streams, who don't say anything, and I always wonder what they're thinking whenever I just like ramble about stuff. But I hope I don't scare them away too much. Let's try to compile this and see if there's any errors. And it looks like there is. So 1246, we have, oh yeah, we did not use the right naming. DB creator or DB type is just database type. DB creator is just creator. DM, I might move these variables out. I think I'm going to need these elsewhere later on. And DM mode read write. I think that's how we need to open it up if we want to read and write to these settings here. So 1246 type mismatch again. But yeah, feel free to ask any kind of chicken related questions that you want. I love to talk about chickens. Oh, Travis, what's up, man? I didn't think anybody from the Griffins would be watching, but yeah, Bush's Chicken. If you're, I know you're in Texas, so that's my favorite place. Okay, so we have a type mismatch. 1246 on the DB open database by type creator. DB type is the pointer to that string, and DB creator, same thing. Is this a variable that they made, or is this like a constant? It's a constant. Oh, that's right. I think whenever you open the database, you don't get an error. Actually, what you get is, or you don't get an integer that can be put into this ERR variable. You actually have to save off the pointer to the database. So I forgot what the name of that data type is. DM open ref. So and it'll be called the settings database. And we'll make sure that that is not null. Oh. Settings database. If it is null, that's actually what we want to do. So all right, so let's toss that up in the variables up at the top. I guess we could also just check to see if this database is actually equal to nil later on instead of having DB open, but maybe we'll need both. 1253. Oh, that's right. We need to also create another variable for that. Oh, another error. 1280. Oh, I spelled initialize wrong. All right, I think that might do it. Looks like it worked. Okay, no errors popped up, so that tells me that this probably worked. And yeah, circuit dude settings is there. So if we're able to initialize the database and open it up, I'm wondering if we need to break out the opening of the database into its own procedure too, so that later on, if you are trying to save and the database had an error at the beginning, then you can open it back up, open the existing one. But then that kind of creates like a race condition of like, you know, you play through level 5 and then you try to play again. It can't open the database, so it resets you to 0. You play through till 10 and then you go to save it. Does it actually overwrite the previous one? Because maybe the previous one was actually 15. I think we'll have to just leave a warning saying that it won't save, and I won't have to worry about any of the logistics of that. Okay, and so I think, a way that we can test this is with the sound. So we have initialize db, and down here we have sound equals true, but what we can do instead is put up here a new procedure called read settings. And this will just basically reread everything that we have in the settings, overwriting whatever is currently in memory. So read settings would set, for instance, instead of sound always being true, it would be whatever's in this database. So we got to check out how that other program is reading the database record for it. And it looks like whenever the creation daylawdb happens, they manually save some records. I wonder if any of the examples have more records that we take a look at. It looks like no. This is probably the only example stuff we can use. I don't think HS Pascal has anything in their documents. How do I click on this link? So creating a new record will give us a mem handle. So I think we actually have another handle, mem handle, for level data pointer within our binary data. I think we can kind of merge the two ideas a little bit if we get mixed up. Okay, so when we create the database, so if we're able to successfully create the database, and then we're able to successfully open the database, here is where we'll actually save the initial settings, and then we'll have a procedure for reading the current settings, and then we'll also have a procedure for setting the current settings. So save settings, and we'll have one called initialize settings. And we're doing all this for one value so far, but we'll need to include the basically what level the player is at. So where is that record? maybe save record, write record. Let's look up record actually. New record, remove record. So I think when we get the memory handle, I may be wrong on this, but when we get the memory handle, we basically need to use mem handle lock to get a pointer somewhere and basically set that pointer. And then what we'll need to do is then write to whatever's at that pointer, and then we'll be writing to the record. So create record. Let's make some notes. Create record. I don't know if you can create a record with a default value or with a value at the same time. Let's actually look in here. Database record. Can insert a new record at any index position, append it to the end, or replace it. Place one. Okay. We might need to do some internet sleuthing real quick. See if we can put a value in, easy or not. Void handle. And I wish I knew a little bit more about this stuff. Okay, so I guess we just need to, I need to stop being a little bit lazy and just do it. So I need a void hand, which I'm not actually sure what a void hand is. A void handler, what is that, just a pointer? Palm OS variable types. Okay. Let's see. It's just a memory address to anywhere, I guess. So some weird pointer. But maybe mem handle compiles down to be the same. So I'm just going to use mem handle. All right, so in initialize settings, we'll need a variable for the new record. There's going to be a lot of switching between the two, so I'm sorry. Okay, we'll call it just record for now. Oh, dang, data type. Sound record. New handle. Well, actually, we'll just call it handle now, because we'll use the same memory handle variable for all of them, all the values. We're gonna need a pointer too. And index. What is index? Index equals 0. So I guess, I guess we need to do some sort of indexing. Settings sound equals to 1. Settings progress equals to 2. Oh, I'm sorry. 0. All right, so the values are hex, 2 hex dB is the settings database, that's right. Settings database. And index is settings progress. Or I guess we'll do both real quick. Progress, then size. And I'm not sure what size is supposed to be. I think it's the amount of like, I don't know, the size of the value. Like integer is 1. Double would be 2, something like that. So create a new progress. Also, these need to be moved up. I don't know what I'm thinking. Some of these above here. Okay, so we need to do one for both settings and sound. Then what do they do? to get the pointer. Oh, okay, so DM right. Looks like you have to unlock the pointer too. And they just toss it into ERR. I don't think they do anything with that. Just kind of copy that. Don't tell anybody. Okay, so what we're doing is we are creating the handle, or creating the record handle, and then we are locking that, and then creating a pointer to that memory location. And then we are writing to that memory location, and then unlocking it so that we can free it back up. And then we're releasing the record so that it's done. We're not touching it anymore. And DM right at point. And I think DM right, maybe I can't read French, so I don't know what that means. Validation for writing, the write check, but writing is a pointer to a record. The offset is the next value, so 0. And then the source pointer, I guess this is like some sort of special Pascal pointer writing syntax or whatever. And then bytes is how many bytes you're writing, so you actually have to manually write 1 byte at a time, which makes me wonder, like, how many bytes are going to be in one integer? It's going to be more than 1, right? I mean, that's the difference between like a car and an int. Let's see if maybe a byte and a car and an integer are all the same for some reason in HS Pascal. Okay, so we have a short. Uh-oh. So let's just see some manual stuff real quick. What the heck? Come on. Really, I think we can do this, right? 255 times 255. Well, I think it's 2 bytes, but I'm pretty much stupid when it comes to this kind of stuff. I'm so bad. We could do a single byte, however, and I think pointer to a byte. I think we can actually do something like this. S2U32. Okay. And so what we'll be doing is we'll be writing this character, and since it's a character, it's 1 byte. We'll basically be setting the progress to be a single byte as a letter, and we'll recall it later and read it and write it somewhere to the screen so we can test to make sure it's actually reading and writing the data properly. And let's see, database is actually settings database, release record. X. What is index? True. Let's see what the last parameter is. Oh, I'm sorry, for release record. Dirty. If it's dirty. Okay. What's up, Raj? How's it going? And yeah, I shaved the beard off. Just a quick trim, so nothing too fancy, but I'm tired of being excessively hot from all the hair. Okay, so we did the settings for the progress. Let's do settings for sound, and we'll do a different value here. Instead of A, we'll do B. So we've, in theory, we should have written it in the initialize settings. We gotta make sure we delete this, however. So, do 1243. Error in expression. Did I type that wrong? Error in expression. Settings data. See if that's defined properly. Oh wait. Yeah, that doesn't clear up anything. I was thinking maybe there's a variable undefined over there, but DM new record. Error in expression. Column 43, I think, is what that means. Oh, I need to plug my computer in. I stayed up watching Hoarders last night, and the batteries ran dead a little bit. Hmm. Error in expression. Column 43. The settings progress. If I put 0 here, what happens? The variable expected? Oh, I see. Oh, is this? I think I understand. Yeah, because it's it's because it's var. We're passing by reference the index, and this index can change. I see. I think you can increment that in some way. Like it automatically goes to the next record. I don't want that, but we can ensure that that doesn't happen by making a local variable record index will be an integer, and I guess before every time we write, we'll put this here. Word index. Oh, 49. Oh. ERR is not defined either. And 1250 type mismatch. 1250. Okay. Wait, ERR is an integer. Type mismatch at column 40. Oh, right here. Is this column 40? I guess we can try with null string and see what happens, because we know that works from this other source code. 1250 unknown identifier. Is that a local variable? It is. Okay. String. We'll do something similar. Just for now, though. Until we know kind of a little bit more about what's going on. Yeah, it looks like that. Compiled. I think I need to delete the database. It's already deleted. Carry this over. Start it up. And we died. Something happened. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. So it died somewhere. Unfortunately, we don't have real good ways of debugging this right now, or I don't at least. So maybe we can take a look to see if settings database even was set to any. So initialize settings, I think, is where the error is coming from. So we can just try without that procedure put into the program. Let's try it without that, see what happens. And I think I did something wrong. Recompile, drag this over, start it up. Okay. So I think it is the initialize settings. And the way we can figure that out is by I think there's actually two ways that you can do an alert. You can do one programmatically. And then you can, let's try to find the other alert that's programmatic instead of being hard-coded with resources. Because then we can just like kind of put a number, basically outputting a number to let us know where at it gets through the process. Every other line will be an alert. What is settings progress set to? Settings progress is a constant that's set to 0. Which actually, this might be the issue. Maybe record indexes start at 1. But I don't think the index starts at 1 though. Otherwise, this also would have crashed for them. There's another issue here for me, I think, somewhere. There was another way to do like a dynamic info dialog. I guess in this. Oh, wait. I think you can. I think you can escape something. Yeah, here we go. Form custom alert. That's exactly what we want right there. Alright, so we'll say alert result is going to be equal to whatever this thing is. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. These resources have this here, these caret symbols for different strings. So, see, 1, 2, 3 parameters. We only need one, I think. We can get rid of this stuff. The bad OS version, we'll just call it helper error or test error. Let's do that. Test error. We'll throw that up into the resources. $12.50. Expected a comma? Do I need to have these fields? I guess I do need to have 3 fields. Okay. Not a problemo. This is pretty much what we're going to do right here. This is pro stuff right here. I'm a professional programmer. I'm telling you, this is some pro level stuff. It's like the best programmers do this instead of figuring out how debuggers work. Yeah, Java Jack. Yeah, I just saw that message. All right, so we have these messages. We got error 1, error 2, error 3, and then we die. So error 3 pops up. Error 3 pops up, so this is good. And this is where it looks like it dies, right here. This handle lock. So actually 4 did pop up because I clicked skip or whatever, or ignore or whatever. So it skipped to the next operation. But this is definitely where the issue is coming from. So let's take a look at here. Mem handle lock. So they did actually use void hand. I wonder if that's what I need to be doing instead of a mem handle. Let's see if that works. It does compile. Okay, so error 3 appears and it still dies. 4, it dies. So I have a hunch too that if I restart this, it already initialized, so yeah, It'll be okay. We have to delete the settings every single time. Unless I programmed in a way to delete the settings automatically. Handle. Maybe our pointer variable is also wrong. What do they use over here? Rec_p? It's just a PTR. Maybe I typed in pointer by accident. Maybe PTR is actually some special smart pointer. It makes sense. So it died. Okay. Set record index to 0. And setting database. Let's make sure this is not null. When we initialize settings. Okay, we're making sure it's not null. Yeah, man, I wish we didn't have so few source codes to look at. Actually, I don't think that. Yeah, maybe. Let's just do 1 right here. Oh, that's right. We have to actually have a variable. Variable expected. 3. Oh, deleted it. Null handle again. I think I could, because these wrappers are so close to the C code, I think I could find an example in C to see how they do this. But the mem handle lock might not be C specific, so DM get record takes a record index as a turns a handle. If a record is already busy, is called an error returned. If there's code for this. Hmm. Maybe we can look up on. Oh, not my Gmail. Some stuff on Gmail. Hit from database. Track H. Vim handle log. Also, I think I need to release this data after before I unlock. Maybe. No, let's not mess with that. I don't want to get distracted. Maybe it is related. Maybe I need to unlock before I do anything with this data. Mem handle lock. I need to lock the memory handle, but just void hand. Maybe hand needs to be handle instead of void hand. And the problem was just PTR. Like if that's the issue, I'm gonna flip. Ooh, it worked. Ooh, okay. So I think it was. I'm so happy that worked because I had no idea what else I'd do. So we can't do void handle, it had to be just handle, but pointer, this is how I had it earlier. So I changed pointer to PTR and hand to void hand, but okay. This is how it's supposed to be. So I write this data. Wait a minute. That's not right. Why did I not see any yeah. I need to make sure that's gone. I didn't see any alerts, so that might be a false positive. Huh, okay. A false positive right there. I would see alerts if I was initializing something. There we go. So it'll either crash when I click okie dokie or it will go to 4. Yep. So we still have the same problem. The third reference PDF goes into memory management database stuff. All right, let's take a look at what Galactic Diskcat posted. mit.edu/afs.new/cb/project/pilot/doc/ref3.pdf. Oh my mama. Okay. The third reference PDF goes into memory management stuff. Does it do memory handle though? Mem handle lock. I don't think this is a, oh, it is a standard API function. And it returns a void pointer, it looks like. I don't think Pascal matters. I think, well, actually it does. They use a void hand here. Maybe I'll do that. Void hand. Void hand. Void hand and R. Index integer. Index integer. Full string. Maybe. No. I'm gonna change error 3 to will it crash? Java Jack, man, thanks for showing up. Appreciate it. Wish our time zones and times lined up a little bit better, but I'll see you on Thursday, man. Mem handle lock. Let's look at this document. Returns a pointer to a chunk. Call this routine to lock a chunk and obtain a pointer to the chunk. Mem handle new. Man, I am so lost on this. I mean, I think I was able to do this in NS Pascal, right? Or I mean, NS Basic. I just mixed up both of the two environments or frameworks. NS Basic. Come on, where are you at? So in here, with this language, I had some stuff working at one point or another. I think, I can't remember, this loaded before code? Oh no, maybe it's a project code. Use startup code. Okay, yeah, so I have a database here that I open up. Oh yeah, that's right, we were using the bits and bytes library to open that up. And then we closed test database. I don't think that's actually yeah, I thought we had more code somewhere for starting up. Okay. Alright, so this is what we had here. I don't think we had to do anything with memlock, right? Yeah, I don't think we did a single thing with the word mem. Hmm. Man, this was nice for the record stuff, but this is everything else in NS Basic really sucked. So I guess that's a was a little bit of a red herring. Not very useful there. Oh, and now it doesn't want to close. Get out of here. Get the heck out of here. Go on and get. Delete these settings. Cursed basic. Yeah, exactly. Mem handle lock. It doesn't help that I have to pee really bad too. Mem handle lock. What else uses that? What other? I mean, if that's where we're breaking down. Get a pointer to the string. Let's try converting this data real quick. Instead of putting it into point, maybe we can do like bitmap pointer, and then we can just do bitmap ptr and convert it. I don't know how Pascal handles like overloading memory or overloading functions or implicit variable casting and function definitions, but if we can just like get this to work, then maybe there's another thing that we're overlooking. This might help us. Okay, so it did crash, which makes me think it's still it actually is referencing null. So hand might be null. So what do we need to do for this? And value question mark. I think we can convert this to an integer. No, we cannot. Car, I think. So we convert it to a character. Delete the settings. And value, question mark, and then nothing. And value, nothing. Another question mark in here. Just I'm so glad I'm not actually testing this all on hardware, because it takes forever to transfer over the values. I mean the files. Oh shoot! I'm glad, very glad I tried that. We have to put the references up here. There we go. What the heck? Oh, I guess it crashed because it tried to convert hand to something else. So whenever it tries to use hand, it destroys everything. So maybe hand is also wrong for some reason. So the error isn't actually here in the memlock handle, it's the dm create new record. And you know what? Maybe it's because the database is opened differently than expected. DM open database by creator type. And we are trying to open a database. Which gets opened. It definitely gets opened because otherwise settings database would be nil. New record. Open. Wait a minute. I think fundamentally, I think I've ruined something because what I'm trying to do here is in initialize DB. I'm trying to check to see if I can open the database. If I can open it, great. That's fine. Okay. DB open is true. Otherwise, if I can't open it, I need to figure out why I can't open it. What I'll try to do is create a database thinking maybe I can't open it because it doesn't exist. I could do this with, detecting what the error number is, but let's just, for simplicity's sake, say I try to open it, I can't. I'm going to assume it doesn't exist, and this is like the first time running it. So I will try to create the database, and I'll hold the error inside of ERR, okay? And so if ERR is equal to 0, then I've created the database. If it's not, I didn't. So if I can't open it and I can't create it, I want to show an alert to the user, which is this create warning, DB create warning. Now, if I'm able to create the database, but I can't read it, that means this is probably the first time I've ever played. So the database is created, and I need to open the database again. I need to open it up because I think I know the issue. I need to open up the database because I need to store some stuff into it. But I don't know if there's anything that's basically saying that the database that I'm creating, the settings database, is the one, because the one I just opened here, I don't know what ties that to being the one I just created. Like I create a database, and now I'm assuming that I can find it with open database. But the reality is that I can't really be assured of that because I'm creating it with this database name, but what am I getting it with? I'm getting it with a creator and a database type. I'm not getting it with the settings database name. So what is what's the accessor? So maybe I need to do dm open database by something else. So dm open database by, and I'll search for that. I guess dm open database. I guess the only ones that are available are open database and open database by type creator. So what is open database? It has a card number, which is 0, and DB ID, and it is a local ID. What is a local ID? Is that what kind of data type is that? Local ID. It's not something I've used, I don't think. Open. Chunk ID. Yeah, I think that is the ID, pretty much like the location in memory, kind of like a pointer, but it's not a string, of course. Look in here. dm open database. Local ID is, oh, dm open database. dm find database. Yeah, maybe we can find it and then open it. Yeah, let's go. Character name of the database to look for. Nothing actually uses it, so I can't have any, I don't have any examples, but if you look at create database and compare the parameters, dm create database up here, and it has a const name p. Yeah, so I don't know. Okay, so it returns a local ID also. So instead of this find database by type, we'll just say, open database by creator type. We'll say open dm open database, and for the, we'll include card number, which is 0, and then dbid, which is this function, the find database, and then mode, which is the mode that we have here. So we have to do the card location, which is 0, internal memory, and then the string. And the string that we used is settings database name. Okay. So now what will happen is we will create the database and then open the database. Somehow we were able to open a database, but I think maybe we're opening the actual program itself, Circuit Dude, as if it were a database. Unknown identifier 1295. Oh, my bad. It compiled, so check that out. Delete this settings file we got. Oh my gosh. dbid. File. I wonder if it's crashing right here. Yeah. Okay, so I think I know what's wrong. So what we did is we tried to find the database with this database name. It returned nothing, null, because it couldn't be found. And then it tried to put that like local ID, the null local ID, into this open database, which we can't do. We have to abstract this out a little bit. So I instead will do local ID. Is that what it's called? It's called a local ID. What is a local? It's not highlighting, so I hope it works still. Local. dbid, I'll call it. And I'll set it to this. And I will say this instead. If dbid, if not dbid equals to nil, then begin, end. And that's where I'll actually set this. And db. And then we'll get down here and we create the database. Now this should be found. We should find it here. So I'm going to try again and put that in. Oh, not that one. Put this in right here. Fudge. Null dbid last. Okay, so new plan. We have a custom alert, right? Is it form custom? And let's see. Let me pull something up on this screen real quick. You won't be able to see it. Weird. Okay. Sorry, something had just popped up. Alrighty. Initialize db. Alright, so we're going to do this step by step. We're going to say for this custom alert, we'll say looking for dbid, and then we'll say dbid not null, and then we'll say database not null. Oh, it is null, I mean. Bam1964. How's it going? Thanks for coming to my stream. Teach you how to code, please. XD. And if you stick around, you might learn a few things. Have you tried coding before? What languages did you try? I wrote some tutorials online, so I could point you to those if you're actually serious about learning. C#? That's a good language to learn. You can make games and stuff with that too. So let's see. Let's get back to working on all these errors that pop up. DB create database. So DB. Actually, we don't need that one because there's already an alert. That's good for now. 1290. Initialize that twice. And 1294. Operand types does not match operator. Operand's type does not match operator. What does that mean? 1296? Yeah, I also highly suggest Unity if you want to get into programming and you know C# already a little bit. Definitely where you want to mess with, where you want to get into it. If why is this not working? 1297 operand types do not match operator. Can local type equal nil? Local ID equal nil? That's a good question. That's why I was trying to check earlier what it even was. What? There's got to be some sort of syntax error because it says expected the assignment operator, but that doesn't even make sense. Expected the assignment operator? How can you have an assignment operator right here? Expression expected. So it does know it needs a boolean. Oh, you're right. Okay, let's check that. You might be absolutely right. I I was so used to seeing the same error. Super smart. Super duper smart. Okay, so I guess yeah, DBID can't be nil. And maybe passing in 0 is what's causing it to become nil. The result of that operation that relies on it. What was it called? Yeah, open database. I mean, you guys are able to see the errors in my code faster than me. Hey, Bam, I guess if you want to learn how to program, just stream, and then people will tell you what you're doing wrong. Unity Palm export option, that's funny. Actually, I wonder what game like engines were designed to export to Palm OS back in the day in Pocket PC. Okay, let's move this over here. They're looking for BDID. Okie dokie. Settings database is null. So DBID is 0 because we didn't see the DBID not null, which is supposed to be 0. We didn't see this alert pop up. So because of that, we went down to here, this line. So for some reason, find database is not working now. Oh, that makes sense because find database should not be found if this is the first time we're running the program because the database isn't there. So this is good. This is good. We want the settings database to be nil or null. The next thing we want is it to jump into here after doing the create database. Okay. So we do settings database equals to open database. And settings database is not nil because it knows where the open database is. So it does this one. So all these alerts are good for us. It lets us know exactly where we want to be. And it jumps into the initialize settings. And we should see the will it crash question mark. But earlier it was just crashing without that. Will it crash? It does. Man. Okay, well, it's 9:58, so almost 10 o'clock. I think I'm going to go about another 30 minutes or so. I don't want to struggle with this too much on purpose. I got to save my pride a little bit. But, you know, I see a lot of new people chatting and stuff. If you're new and, you know, you're interested in what I'm doing, basically importing over an Arduboy game to Palm Pilot, that's the short of it. I'm pretty close to being done, like 70 to 75%. It's a new language that I've never really messed with, but it's not really new. It's called Pascal. So we're porting it over from C++, or remaking it from C++ to Pascal. If you want to follow along with the journey, I guess, that I'm going through, underneath is my links to like other channel stuff. So like twitch.tv/thecrate or youtube.com/crate. That's where you can find the other videos, the other past streams. I think there's been like 14 or 13 of them so far. And then of course on top of that is my Twitter account, so you can follow there if you want to. But right now we are stuck at being able to load newly created databases, and these databases are going to hold like the player progress that's being saved and the custom levels that you create. So we're trying to figure out why the databases we just created to save into cannot be found or are crashing when we try to save into it. And it all seems to be right here where we get a pointer to a new record that we're creating inside this database. And we are trying to access the settings database record index. I wonder if you can do, okay, let's check the parameters for this real quick one more time. I'm not entirely convinced that new record is what we want to do. And I'll explain it this way, because I think we don't need to find records. I think we might need to let's see. I think we might need to be doing new resources, actually, because there is a difference between resource and record. But that still doesn't explain why we see other people using them. So what does DM new resource look like? Who uses that? Even less people. To create a new resource, call this and pass the desired size, type, and ID. Delete a resource, call that. Remove resource. Okay, I wonder if I just type in Palm OS record versus resource, what will pop up? Galactic Discat says, I don't know about reusable Palm game libraries, but Microsoft did release GAPI, which was like DirectX for Windows CE. WinCE soft.de HTML GAPI for HPCS.html. I have a Jornada 720. I think it is. Would love. I already worked on a little program for it before in C++. Would love to put a game or something onto this bad boy too. It has a touchscreen as well, and it's like the perfect size for Circuit Dude. Whenever people say HPC, sometimes they mean handheld PCs. Sometimes they mean something else. Sometimes they mean like Palm Pilots or PPCs, but this does look like it's HPCs. So this might actually be super helpful for me. Well, this is like some cool stuff. I didn't know that you could even like do an emulator on here. Using a platform emulator Morph Gear for HP Jornada 720. Wow. Very impressive. Okay. Oh, look at that. I have this exact same model and this exact same model for Jornada and the Palm Pilots. Okay. Anyways, let's look at this. Try to figure out the difference between a record and a resource, because that's super important. Okay, resources are typically used to store the user interface elements of an application. Okay, we know that because we did that with the alerts and stuff, as well as like bitmaps and stuff. An application is in fact simply a resource database with the executable code stored as one or more code resources and the graphic elements and miscellaneous data stored in the same database as other resource types. Okay. You can create, delete, open, and close resource databases with the routines used to create normal record-based databases. Okay, so if resource, okay, wait, so if resource database is created, we have this resdb parameter that I didn't understand before in the create database. It's this flag right here. Maybe this needs to be set to false. Maybe I'm trying to create a record inside of a resource database. I get these two things mixed up because... Whoa, it didn't crash. So I guess that was the issue. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, okay. So we're able to lock the memory now. Okay. And let's see if we can write. 5, 6 showed up even. And 6 was after we unlocked. And 7. Okay. So I think we got the writing working too now. Whoa. Okay. So we wrote these data to this database, hypothetically speaking. So that means we should be able to read the resources too. And I think it's something similar. DM get resource, no, get record. And we get the mem handle. And this is actually a mem handle. This isn't a void hand. So in read settings, we should do var and mem hand, right? Mem handle. Okay. And I don't know why, but I feel like super excited about this, that I figured this out real quick. I don't think I would have ever figured that out if I didn't randomly try stuff, throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what stuck. It looks like we just, to read, we just need to, let's move this down a little bit. We need to say dm get record, and we just say the settings database, and then we say the record index. Is this an var? No. Okay. Which means we can pass in straight settings progress, just like that. But we have to set a handle to it. So hand equals that, and then we'll say point equals to mem handle lock hand. And of course we need to, oh shoot, bitmap pointer. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter what kind of pointer, but you know what? I think what we can do is do this, undo a few things to get to this alert. Yeah. So I think what we can do is say pcar, and I think that will get the character at the pointer, and we'll say point, or it's the other way around, but maybe not. Yeah, it looks like I'm doing this properly. Okay. Get a pointer to the actual. Okay, let's do that. Unknown identifier 1279. And a point is not defined. I'll put that before I get distracted. Oh, and of course, anytime you write a new function or procedure or method or whatever you want to call it, make sure you use that. Make sure you actually reference it. Oui. $12.53. Oh yeah. Okay, 12:55 now. It expected a. 1255 at 5. I think it's actually mem handle unlock. Am I missing a define at the top of the function? Oh, error integer. You're right. Totally right. Drag this over. So what should happen now is after I delete this record for this database, is it'll initialize the database, set the record, and then immediately try to read the record and then pop it up in an alert, which it doesn't quite look like the letter A to me, but I think that might be because the car is not the right. I think what I need to do is say point like that. I think that might be what I need to do. Type mismatched. Actually, it might need to be. Yeah, it might just be that. Nope. Type mismatch. Version is a string. Oh, okay. I think I need to actually do this. I need to actually make a string variable. That's equal to the car of point, and then I put test into this. Yeah, that's the ticket. That's the stuff right there. All right, Raj, thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate you coming by. See you on Thursday too. I was gonna skip today, but then I thought I'm gonna be letting Raj down, so I didn't. But glad you stopped by, man. All right, so it looks like this is still actually. Let me try dragging it in one more time and deleting this file. Oh, okay. So look at that. We did get the value A. Now what we need to do is we need to actually use real data instead of the characters. Which, I mean, I don't care that there's extra characters right here. I think that's fine. Because we're going to be loading it later. Instead of a string, for instance, we're going to use something different. So maybe we can find dm right somewhere other than null string. Or pointer. I wonder if this is not the length of bytes, but the index, like 0 is 1 byte, and then 1 is not. Like it's 2 bytes. And then if that's the case, then possibly saying like the pointer to our sound. Oh, a boolean is also one byte too, so we could do that as well to test. And then we also want progress to be or actually max level. Right, do we have that somewhere? No? Okay, max level is the name of it that I think I use in the Artie Boy version, so we'll call that max level, make it an integer. Oh, we'll get rid of that. And let's see. So initialize settings. Let's get rid of the string stuff. And let's use the world data now. And sound will be true by default. And max level will be 0. Max level 0. Okay, so to store these, what we want to do is say record progress handle will be here for this new database record, and our point will be the mem handle that we're writing at, and what we are writing will be max level. Let's comment this out real quick and just see if this compiles. Type mismatch 1270. Okay, yes, yeah, so I think I need an integer pointer actually. Okay, so it looks like an integer pointer is the up to the int, the caret int, which is what I tried here. So I wonder if I need to do this ptr. Max level pointer and max level pointer equals to max level with the caret. And then try that. Nope, max, okay, 1263. It doesn't understand that. Does it know that? I know that either. What about that? Type mismatch 1268. There is a section in this HS Pascal for pointers. The pointer type defines the of a set of values that points to a variable, dynamic or not, of a specific type, the base type. The base type must be declared before the end of the kernel. Okay, values can be assigned to pointers with the new procedure, the @operator. or the PTR function. Okay, okay. So I think what we can do is simply this. Get rid of this pointer bullcrap and just do at max level. Similar to the at um, string A, which I wasn't sure if that would work or not because I thought that might be a string specific thing. 1369. Looks like that compiled, except for we got caught up on this line. Read save data. Get rid of that. Okay, it compiled. So we read right now we do read settings. And test is a string. And we're treating this integer like a string, but we don't want to do that. We want to actually keep it an integer. So test will be this. Type mismatch 1251. Okay, definitely not that. How do you get a value from an integer? Like the other way around. Obviously, you use the caret when getting the pointer. Can you do this? Can you just pretend like it's not a pointer? No. 1250. You can't. Okay. Test equals. Test equals to point. I think we can say that it's a pointer to an integer, and then anytime we use it, it's used automatic. I know that there's some magic that goes on from time to time. Pointer. Whenever the reference part of a variable is a pointer, it can be qualified by writing a pointer symbol after the variable. Okay. I think it's a little bit weird writing it this way, but that. Again. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna try a few random stuff because I am pretty sure there's something earlier that we tried. What was it though? I can't remember. Int PTR. Yeah, look at that. PTR, void PTR. We were talking earlier about that, and it turns out that they're exactly the same. What do we do with this byte pointer? I have a byte pointer that I actually use in this walk function. Let's see. Oh, okay. I put an at symbol there in front of it. Oh, okay, so whatever's at the pointer. Oh, 51 type mismatch. Type mismatch. Oh, wait. Okay, it's a combination. I think it's a combination. So, it needs to be a pointer to an integer, and then here we have the at symbol when we want to actually get the value of it. 152? Nope, apparently not. Apparently I'm wrong. Hmm. The at operator creates a pointer. Okay. So we don't want to create the pointer, which is what at test would do. Of course, we want to get the value where test is pointing to. Dang, this is really annoying. Pointers are like the most boring parts of programming, I think. I hate that I'm struggling on this. Like C++, C, whatever that would be. I mean, I work with pointers all the time, but having some sort of alternate way of writing both pointers and addresses like messes with my mind a little bit. Wait, the pointer function takes a long int type and converts it to a pointer. 32. Okay, yeah, they put the caret afterwards. Mismatch. 1251. Huh, man, Raj, if he was here, he would definitely be able to help me out with this. Mm. what if we do this? What if we say SPTR is going to be an integer, an integer pointer, and we say test equals to 5, and then test ptr equal to at test, and then test equals to test ptr caret. Now what this will do is it takes the value of 5, takes the address of that, puts it into test pointer, and then test will become whatever test pointer is pointing at, which is test. So it should, like in memory, not really change anything, but the compiler will complain if the syntax is incorrect. 1248. Oh, okay, we need that to be correct. 1250. So it looks like that is okay. I wonder if we do point. What if it needs to be integer? What if we can make it be the pointer we want? 1252 type mismatch. This would be a super cool place to stop if we were able to get this. So mem handle log. What if we do it this way? Test equals to point. Upper end is the match up. So plus does work. Plus is supposed to be an integer. Oh, echo right there? Yeah. Hey, echo. Watch what happens. He always likes me talking to him. Hey, Echo. Hmm. He's waiting for me to get done to cuddle with him. Man, I'm so stuck on this pointer thing right here. So if I want to read an integer and I have a pointer, I need to cast. I think I need to cast the pointer to be an integer pointer, and then I dereference the pointer, and then I should be able to do something with that value. I mean, 1253 type. So I think point needs to be a pointer. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I tried just a moment ago, right? Like I tried this kind of test equals 5, test pointer equals to the address at test, test equals to what test pointer is pointing to. That compiled no problem. But I understand the syntax and stuff, but for some reason, I'm getting syntax errors. So I mean, I would love to test some of this stuff, but I've done it before. So um, point is a pointer. I don't think I can turn it into an integer unless maybe I dereference a point. I don't know. I don't think that works either. 250. I thought pint or something would be a value or a oh. Hmm. Yeah, maybe I can do pint. Oh, I thought unknown identifier. HSS3. Maybe I need this. Unit already in use? Oh. Int equals to. Ooh, my mama. Hmm. Okay. I'm not quite sure how big this integer is, but I'll just try p int 16, and I think I could try for max level. I'll just make that p int 16 as well. Means it's 2 bytes, so I think I need to make this a 2, but we'll test that in a moment. 56. Hmm. Oh, 6. So I think this converts it to the integer for some reason. Oh, test. It needs to be a p int 16, perhaps. What the heck? Okay, well, fudge. Hmm. Okay, so here's an example here. Filled to s, which is filled to string. So it's getting the filled by filled ID and returning the string value that's inside of that. So whenever this is called, the filled is grabbed, the filled get form get object pointer. So filled is the object, and kind of like how it says here, whatever's at that address dot text. So they get the handle, like a pointer to it, I think, and they say p, the pointer to the string, is equal to this, and then the return value, which is a string, is equal to that. So the pointer is straight up equals to the mem handle lock. The test, in theory, should be mem handle lock. And mem handle unlock should not be point, but hand. What did I do for the other ones? Mem pointer unlock? Wait a minute. Did I do something wrong? DM new record. Mem pointer unlock. Mem handle lock. Maybe these are very similar. Mem handle unlock. Instead of point, we'll use hand. and which means we don't have to pass a point into it. Where in point is no longer necessary here because we're putting it into test. Okay, and then the string straight up equals that. It. Type mismatch. Type mismatch on 1251. What if I do a different integer? I'll call small. I'll make it an integer. Small will be 3. I should be able to put small in here. No problem. Oh, I can't. I can't do that? Maybe this is where my issue has been. Oh, oh my gosh. Okay. So I think the issue is this. I think literally everything was working way earlier, except we can't implicitly convert an integer to a string or concatenate a string. You have to explicitly say have some sort of integer to string converter. What is it called? We do it with I2S. I2S. Gosh darn it. Six. Okay, so it looks like that actually worked. Mismatch though for 1265. Max level equals to 0. Oh my gosh. What a waste of like an hour. Okay, so result 0. I have a feeling that if I change oh, there is an error there. We didn't have that before. Okay, before I say what I was going to say, I think we need to change the mem pointer thing back. Mem handle unlock. Maybe this should be mem pointer unlock with the pointer here. Unknown identifier. Before. Spelled that wrong. Spelled Mim Potter. Okay. 7. Result is 7. I don't think I assigned max level to be 7 anywhere. Oh no. This might be a whole nother can of worms. Just try to drag this over one more time and see what happens. Result 0. Okay, that's what we wanted to see. And it does die. I'm trying to do something with handle. Handle lock. Mim handle unlock. I'm like 100% certain you have to unlock every time you lock. Okay. What the heck? Boy, I'm telling you what. Okay, let's see if Howdy even appears. And we'll be able to narrow down that Mim handle unlock is the issue. I feel like I've said that like 100 times today. Gosh. I don't think I erased the library. I mean, settings, document, database, or whatever. Definitely deleted. Drag this over. Run it one more time. Result 0. Howdy pops up, which means that Mim handle unlock, I think, goes just fine. Read settings. Initialize settings. Read settings is in initialize settings as well as initialize. So I'll just toss this in and say after initialized. See what happens. I guess also too, max level is being set to 0. I guess whenever we set it and write it, maybe a good test would be like 350 or something, which is more than a byte, more than an unsigned byte. So we'll be able to tell what the heck is going on with the byte size that you have to write with the records. 1336 or 1339. Oh, alert results. There. $253. That is not the right value. Howdy. Okay. Let's delete some stuff real quick. Delete the settings. Drag this in. 256. So I think, right, because it's 256, that lets me know that it's reading this integer as a single byte, and we do that here. There's some good intuition by me. Or when we write the record, we're only writing 1 byte. Wait, right? Correct? Ooh, Raj, we could have used your help earlier, man. Really did something stupid earlier. Basically forgot to convert an integer to a string to put it in this function, and ended up wasting a lot of time thinking there was a pointer issue. But I think it's going to crash after the word howdy. Yeah. Fatal alert with the message. Okay, let's see if we can do the after initialized. Let's take this away. And maybe the read settings too. Oh wait, did I not even... Did I compile? Delete the settings. 263. Man, what is up with these results? Should be 300 and something. Okie dokie. Howdy. Huh. So the reading of the settings kills it. We do read settings twice. So I'll remove this one. So are we... Yeah, if it's a byte that you're writing, max is 255, correct? Yeah, earlier it came out 256. I don't know how that happened. Let me recompile one more time. Delete library, database, rerun it, result 256. I don't know where that value came from. I don't even know how it's possible with 1 byte, because the max is 255, not 256. Unless it's reading the next value for some reason, because it is reading. Yeah, I don't know. Okie dokie, howdy, after initialized. Okay. Rerun it. Let's do 2 bytes here instead of 1. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Here, let me do this real quick. See if we had a number in binary, let's say that this is our number. I don't even know what this is, right? But if we say, hey, let's write 1 byte, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is what we would write. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This part would not be written right here, the second part. All the ones. Only the first part would be written. So if I try to write something like 350, I don't know exactly how much that will be. Let's say it's something like this. Okay. We could put in a few zeros to illustrate the point. And I only write the first byte. You would expect it to be a very low number. But for some reason, this is maxed out. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's doing that. But let's rerun it. And that died. So this byte thing died. Whatever it's going on. I changed it to 2 and that was it. Let's check this API thing one more time. The C API document. Actually the one that this cat sent. Max level is an integer. Now how many bytes that has in Pascal and how many it has in the Palm Pilot ecosystem, I have no idea. Okay, ulong bytes. Ulong bytes. Number of bytes to write. Pointer to data to copy into record, and then the number of bytes to write. That's worrisome because I'm writing 1 byte. But you know what? Then again, I could just make max level be a byte. I'll just make max level and boolean and sound be can I interact with characters, cars the same way I could with numbers in Pascal? And then instead of point being integer, it'll be a car. And this might just be a better way to just avoid the issues. 836. Oh no, 839. Okay, so sound equals not sound. So we'll say if sound equals to 1, then actually what we can do is say sound equals to sound plus 1, and then sound, let's see, if the sound is greater than 1, then begin sound, end error, sound equals 0. Eight through 9. You can't increment. So that means I need to do, instead of car, I should probably do UP8. No, I'm sorry, int 8 is what I think they're called. And instead of this being a car, the uint 8 right there like that. I don't know if we need to do that. I2S might already know how to handle it. 1269. And we'll do sound equals to 1 right there. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Did I say pint? Or uint? I said uint 8, right? Why is there a uint 16 for error? What is error used as? Oh, I guess it's okay. I won't touch that then. Thought I copied somebody's code in a different format. All right, so that is Gucci. Delete the old stuff and drag this in. Load her up. Hey, 25. That's what I'm talking about, man. All right, max level 25. There you go. Okie dokie. Howdy. After initialized. Wow. All right, so as long as I don't need to save anything that's more than a uint 8, I should be Gucci. Biker B's asking, what ISA does this use? I don't know what ISA is. And I can't. What's ISA? Instruction set architecture. Man, I have no idea. If you're asking what kind of CPU the Palm Pilot has, I think they all have ARM processors until Palm Pilot 5, I think, maybe. 68K Motorola's. See, there you go. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I have the max level thing working. And I have it now to where you can write DM write. And I'll actually copy this and replace progress with sound. Oh. And max level, it'll be sound. And we have another function we were going to write up called save settings. And I think what I want to do is I want to break this into two parts, or actually multiple parts. So we have save settings. I'll do save sound and or save settings sound, and I'll actually copy this up here and reference it. Save settings sound like that, and I'll do it for progress as well. I mean, it seems a little bit superfluous to have, you know, all these variables rewritten out when the only thing that's really changing is the pointer. But it's gonna be a little bit easier to manage in code later on. So save settings, progress, because also we're gonna want to save other stuff besides the progress, like the max level. We're gonna want to save the how many times you've died and how many steps it takes to beat each level. So those are going to be saved in like an array, if that makes sense. Oh, they went ARM for OS 5. Okay, so I guess that is uh, opposite of what I thought. Um, Raj says that the Galactic. No, Raj says 68,000 Motorola is the same the 16-bit Amiga and Atari's used, which, funnily enough, is probably why HS Pascal could be converted to Atari and Amiga binaries or games or ROMs or whatever you want to call them. Okay, so we have the settings saved for sound. Um, so since we can do that, we actually need to check where we say sound equals to. Yeah, menu item sound. So anytime you change a sound, you can save sound settings sound right there. So it gets saved. And I wish there was a way for us to actually modify the resource. Man, kind of like how we have these references with the arrows inside of the error messages, error dialogues. It would be cool to be able to put the sound status, because it says right here sound, if it was like sound on or sound off. I wonder if we can actually hide a menu item, and then we could turn one on and one off, kind of toggle between the two. That would be a great way to make sure that the everything looks right, everything's loading right later on. Galactic Discat says that the ARM-based Palms just emulate the 68,000 Palm architecture for like older stuff, for like backwards compatibility. And you're saying that it just emulates it because it's so much faster. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot going on with the Palm. Like, it's super basic, super simple, but I guess there's some beauty in that simplicity. Let's see. I think what was it? Form git frm git maybe hide form hide object. And get object index. Can we get object index from the ID? Okay, so what we can do, it looks like what we can do is this. I'm gonna okay, so we have basically a little function right here for toggling the sound. So I'm gonna break this out and call it toggle sound. I know that there's another time we'll need that. And function no, procedure toggle sound begin and so we can use this form hide object function, or yeah, function to we'll get the active form in the index. So form get active form, and then get the index with this form get object index, and we'll pass it in. Right now we have this menu item sound, but we can actually turn this into two things: menu item sound on and menu item sound off. On and off. But I think every time we load a form, we have to actually figure out, we have to do some logic to hide this properly, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. All right, so sound on, and I think we have menu item. What is it called? Sound? Menu item sound? Okay. So anytime we have menu item sound on and menu item sound off, it'll do the same thing. And toggle sound will look for menu item sound off and on. Okay, so menu form show object. That's what we want to do. Form show object. Actually, you know what? I think I have a dumb idea. So we'll not use that if statement. We'll say if sound equals 0, then begin, and else begin, and all right. So we have here this little if else statement to figure out which of the items should be shown. So we're actually going to break that out into its own procedure too, called show sound menu item, and put that up here. Show sound menu item, and we'll call this like literally every time we load a new form, every single time, and that way we'll ensure that we never that will never show the wrong one. Now I wonder what happens though if the object index is like if there's nothing there. I wonder if it's like 0 or -1 or what. Form. Pointer to memory block. Okay, for form. Course index of an object. Okay. Oh, okay. The first item number is 0. Okay, so when do we show the menu? That menu, we show it in the game and in the editor, right? So here we go. Open event. So if it's the editor, if it is the level, the player, the tester. Actually, not the level. No. Not the level select screen. We don't need that. We gotta regenerate too. And now we compile. 782. Oh. I think I need to reorder some of these functions again, which is kind of annoying. Toggle sound. Save settings. Save settings. Sound. No sound menu item. Okay, got that to compile. Perfect. Let's delete the database. All right, loads and doesn't crash. That's big. Okay, so it doesn't look like it hid the object properly. So I could still say like sound on and off. If I click one of them, it should toggle the sound, right? So sound item. So if sound is 0, then we're going to hide one and show the other. Well, I think the stream has gone long enough for the night. I gotta get to bed. Probably go get a milkshake or something. But you know, there's a lot of people that came by tonight, and I know we didn't do a whole bunch of stuff in the game itself, but I think there was some progress made. I mean, being able to save one value to memory is pretty much all we need to be able to kind of break the you know, break into saving anything else we need. So that's, I guess, good progress for not knowing how to do any of this stuff. But yeah, so let's see. There's a few people that followed me tonight. Down here in this little area, I have this little thing. So a few people actually missed, like Lime Squirrel followed me. Appreciate that. But yeah, so if you guys are new, I know that a lot of people are maybe intimidated or they don't want to talk too much, but thank you for stopping by and welcome to my channel, my series that I'm going through making a Palm Pilot game. Let me focus this a little bit. There you go. Making a Palm Pilot game, which is something you don't see every day. I don't think. Not a lot of people are really doing Palm Pilot game development, but if you want to go through the entire series and rewatch anything that I've posted, you can find it all on my YouTube channel right here, youtube.com/crate. If you're on YouTube now, I'm simultaneously casting to both YouTube and Twitch. So if you're on YouTube right now, please give me a follow or a subscription. I'm almost at 100. I think I'm somewhere between 80 and 90. I saw a few people subscribe tonight, which is awesome. But my goal is to get to 100 by the end of July. And then I want to get to 50. I know it's really ambitious to get to 50 followers on Twitch, or yeah, I think it's called followers. But my Twitch channel is right here, twitch.tv/thecrate. You can't really see any of the VODs there, but I'm trying to grow both, and whatever system or whatever platform is more popular, I'm probably going to stick with that long term. So your engagement on either one is going to be helpful. But if there's anything else, if you want to ask me questions or something like that, you can also follow me on Twitter, which is like right here, twitter.com/crate. And whenever I post games or something like that, you'll see them. Or if I happen to not miss, you'll see that too. I'll probably give you a heads up that I won't be able to stream tonight or whatever. But I usually stream on Sunday nights, Thursday nights, and Tuesday nights. Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, 7:30 Texas time. I don't know what time that is wherever you're at, but Central Standard Time is 7:30 for me. So I think with that said, I'm going to go ahead and just get out of here. Last time we raided somebody, my friend, but let's try to raid somebody else. I mean, I'm sure you guys are interested in programming. I should have actually done this earlier, but there's some people that are doing like video game development and stuff. Let's see. I don't know, and of course, if you guys have any suggestions, I don't even know how to do this. I need to be better at this. I'm like trying to be a good streamer or whatever, a professional streamer or something one of these days. Retro Fox, I saw that you followed me too. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's see. How do I do this? Raid channel? And maybe I can only raid people I follow. So yeah, I think I can only do that. But okay, well, I guess we're gonna raid Stoveman because he's a good friend of mine. He's playing Mario 64 right now. I'm probably gonna watch him and stick around. So if you want to give me a shout out or ask anything about Palm Pilot stuff, I'm probably gonna be reading more documents actually after I get my milkshake. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys hanging out tonight, and I'll see you later. So bye. Wait, did I do it? Here's wait, I guess it's 5 seconds from now. 2 seconds. Holy cow. Oh, I didn't do it. I'm so bad at this. Alright, bye guys. Wait, did I do it? Am I still here? What's going on?